do? Matt text me and say, Happy Father's Day. Matt do all of that stuff. See, you ain't did nothing. What's up,
Hey.
Yeah.
This man is a district, not even district counselor, he is citywide.
Yeah.
What do you see how you and his calendar is made up of? Lunches and dinners and networking people.
But
You know what my day-to-day is made up of?
what you think me a ham get?
I know you do.
I get it from here, I get it from Fulton County, and I get it from APS. I didn't never say I didn't love you. I just said you didn't call me back.
Yes, I had no expectation. That will never happen again. It's
Okay.
taken care of. Yeah, I haven't met him.
Yes. What number that was? This been my number. This been my number since 2006.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regular scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. It's Monday, July 1st, 2024, and I would like to ask the clerk to call the opening roll, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of council. We have Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large, Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1, Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2, Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6, Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7, Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Present.
Council President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. It was sent out ahead of time. Unless there are any changes or additions, I would ask for a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Winston. Any discussion on the adoption of the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without any objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Next on the agenda is the invocation. We do not have a guest with us today, but I would pause for a moment to ask for any recognitions before I ask for a moment of silence. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for condolences for the family of the late Shirley Wade, who was the wife of Lyndon Wade, longtime president of the Atlanta Urban League. Mrs. Wade was a member of Linfield Neighbors in Southwest Atlanta, a longtime Atlanta public school educator, and a graduate of Morris Brown College, and also a member of our airport vendors at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We would like to offer condolences to her 4 children and grandchildren, Ms. Shirley Wade, wife of Lyndon Wade, longtime president of the Atlanta Urban League. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I would like to send every prayer I can to the family of and to the young man, Khalil Jeter, in the hospital right now, shot 8 times last night, 15 years old. Praying for him, praying for our city, extremely praying that he gets everything he wants in life after he gets this speedy recovery through.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Dozier.
I would like to send prayers and condolences to the Prothero family. The patriarch of the family, Nathaniel Prothero, passed away last week. And him and his family have been stalwarts in the Mechanicsville community for a very long time. I believe on his street, he lived on the street with at least 2 siblings, just a few houses from each other. And they've been very known and very just powerful figures in the community. And so we want to send them condolences.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, with these named and those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we will move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First up, I would like to invite Councilmember Bond. Let me give him just a moment. Councilmember Bond is up first today with a proclamation for those who, in recognition of Aurelius R. Cooper. If you're here for the recognition, come on up, join us on the dais. Anybody can join us on the dais who wants to. Come on up. Yeah, there's plenty of room.
Is that everybody? Okay. Well, I want to say good afternoon to everyone. It is a pleasure for me to be here to bring a proclamation in honor of someone who has really made an impact on our community, not just with his heart, but with his creativity, his mind, his spirit, his soul. And so I'm joined by colleagues up here, which I'm really pleased about. But that's really a testament to Mr. Cooper and how he has painted on the canvas of the soul of Atlanta, right? Not just for the soles of our basketball shoes, but for the soul of our children and our youth. And so without further ado, I have a proclamation from the city of Atlanta, the city council. And of course, we all know that this is the highest honor that the governing authority of the city of Atlanta can bestow upon a person, place, or thing. And it reads in pertinent part, in recognition of Aurelius R. Cooper. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Aurelius Cooper, native of Atlanta, born to D. and A.R. Cooper Sr., he was dedicated his life to the betterment and commitment and to exceptional service on behalf of others. Whereas Aurelius attended Continental Colony Elementary School, the Atlanta Public School System, where he developed his basketball skills, leading to a distinguished career playing and coaching internationally. Whereas in his unwavering dedication to the community enhancement, Aurelius co-founded The Art in the Paint, an initiative aimed at making Atlanta neighborhoods safer, more beautiful, and promoting equitable integration through play. Whereas Aurelius has partnered with over a dozen Fortune 500 companies, including Adidas, Body Armor, Foot Locker, to refurbish basketball courts and install vibrant murals in underserved communities across the metropolitan Atlanta. Whereas through his collaborations with the Savannah College of Art and Design, United Healthcare, the Atlanta Braves, Aurelius, and the Atlanta Hawks, Aurelius has significantly improved and adorned several schools within the city of Atlanta throughout the city. Whereas he has worked with the Atlanta Parks and Recreation Department, Atlanta Park Pride, to establish the Alfred Tip Holmes Museum, memorializing the legacy of the man who desegregated Atlanta's parks and golf courses, whereas Aurelius has continued to provide invaluable service such as financial literacy, mental health support, mentorship, and free food resources to children and communities throughout metropolitan Atlanta. And now, therefore, we, the members of Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Aurelius Cooper Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Mr. Cooper. Quick photo, real quick. Just real quick. You hold that, Mr. Cooper. And if there are other comments from members of the council, yes, you may. Council Member Liliana Bakhtiari.
Thank you. It is rare in this work a lot of this work can oftentimes weigh heavy on your heart. Aurelius is very much the silver lining. Like, this is the reason I got into the work, was to work with individuals like you. I was lucky enough to get to know Aurelius after I was elected and got to work with him on a park in my district that has not for at least 4 decades seen any kind of investment. It was a partnership between the community, between the city, between sponsors. But Aurelius was one of the first to come along and to work with the community, the kids in the community, and give them voice. You worked with kids that are overlooked in this city every single day. And I watched you giving them a platform, kids as young as 4 or 5 years old. And we talk about financial literacy. We talk about all of these things. The work you do is life-saving, especially in a country where it's predetermined by 3rd grade if a child's going to end up in jail based on their literacy rates. So the work I've seen you do and getting to know you has been one of the greatest privileges and honors that I've experienced in being in office. And the ripple effect of the work you do will not just span hundreds, if not thousands of people. It's also going to impact this city in such a positive way for decades to come. And it is an honor to have gotten to work with you, and I'm looking forward to many more years of doing just that. So thank you for everything.
Hi, everyone. I just want to add my voice and just say that I just appreciate having worked with Aurelius on a project. I have a community that has seen in my district that had some really dark days. Thomasville Heights community, right at Forest Cove. And he came in with his art in the paint project, and it became a ray of sunshine in this community. These are more than just murals on basketball courts. This was the beginning of a revitalization project in a community that desperately needed it. And it was the beginning of bringing kids back to a playground where they didn't want to come to a basketball court where they didn't want to come to. And so I just want to personally say thank you for doing that, being a part of that project, being in the Thomasville Heights community, coming to Forest Cove, where we literally couldn't even have a conversation the first time without bullets and gunshots happening during our conversation. So this was the start of that revitalization, and so I just want to thank you for doing the work. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. Aurelius has done such phenomenal work for every district across the city of Atlanta. But I want to remind folks that he is a District 4 resident and someone who has been doing remarkable work for our Southwest Atlanta communities. And I will have some work headed your way pretty soon, so we'll talk. But I just appreciate all you've done for all of us here in this chamber and in this city, and look forward to seeing your mark continue to be left in communities across Atlanta. So thank you for all you've done, and congratulations.
Coach Coop to a generation. And as I was hearing people speak, and I was thinking about the Atlanta Celtics and thinking about AAU days and thinking about being a native Atlantan, growing up here and knowing your story in that way, knowing that you're able to put basketball courts in places that you knew they should be. And that's the kind of investment that only a person from this city could do. Only a person who would play in that Celtic tournament. That means you played at every gym in the city. That means that you knew what was outside. And to know you before I was on city council, to see you continue to do the work. That's why I said the names I said, Wallace Prather, right? We're going to say Coach Dollar, right? We call you Coach Coop in the city, Coach Coop to a generation. So we continue to need your work in our city. We continue to need your service in our city. I can't wait to see what you do next. And I will say that myself, Councilmember Amir Faruqi, and Councilmember and President Shipman can probably beat you on the basketball court to this day, right? I'm gonna call the three I know who can hoop.
Excuse me. Point guard for 7 years, let's go.
And so I will say that we got some challenges on this court because we do know you can hoop yourself. And so thank you for your investment and generation of people like me and you who know we need it. Thank you.
Are there any other members? Not seeing any. You don't need this anymore. Let's hear from the man of the moment, the man of the hour, Aurelius Cooper.
Okay.
You deserve some applause.
Thank you, everybody. I don't have a whole lot to say. I just want to say thank you all for believing in us. Thank you for trusting us with your courts, with your kids, with your communities. And yeah, just thank you to everybody for making this possible. I appreciate you all.
That's it? Yeah. Anybody here you want to introduce, call out, came to see you? Nobody? Sure. All right. That's right. Let the art, just a true artist, lets the art speak for himself. So we won't prolong this because you put us to shame as far as your brevity. So that's a joke also. But we'll do what the council does best. We'll take a picture and we'll ask all the members and the president to join us. So come around As we exit the chamber, I'd just like to let the public know, we do have a reception over here to the left on the outside. I got up early this morning and cooked a lot of food early this morning. So we still have a lot left, and you're more than welcome to it, including those employees who are in the building and erstwhile around. Please come and imbibe and indulge in what we have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Next, I'd like to ask Councilmember Jason Winston and all of those here for the recognition of National Parks and Recreation Month to please come and join us up on the dais. Councilmember Winston.
I know. All right, anyone from Parks and Recreation Department wants to join us up on the dais, please come on up. All right, everyone. I'm excited today to recognize July as Park and Recreation Month, and I'm joined here by the DPR team today representing Atlanta's and probably the nation's best Parks and Recreation Department. So I'm going to read the proclamation. In recognition of July as Park and Recreation Month, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize the City of Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation in observance of Park and Recreation Month 2024, and whereas Park and Recreation Month is celebrated to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation, which are an integral part of several neighborhoods in Atlanta. And whereas we take time during this month to recognize the full-time parks and recreation professionals, along with hundreds of thousands of part-time and seasonal workers and volunteers that maintain our local, state, and community parks. And whereas this year's theme, Where You Belong, celebrates the many ways park and recreation professionals foster a sense of belonging in our community by providing welcoming and inclusive programs, essential services for all ages and abilities, and safe, accessible spaces to build meaningful connections. And whereas parks and recreation professionals champion spending time in nature, which enhances mental health by boosting cognitive performance, promoting well-being, and reducing illnesses like depression and attention deficit disorders. And whereas parks and recreation greatly enhance a community's economic prosperity by raising property values, expanding the local tax base, attracting tourism, retaining and drawing businesses, and contributing to crime reduction. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and encourage a sense of belonging by providing a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize July as Park and Recreation Month in the city of Atlanta. And so I'm going to welcome up our Parks and Recreation Commissioner, Justin Cutler, up to the microphone.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Winston, Chair Shipman, and members of the Atlanta City Council, and to you, public viewing at home. Well, on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation and the 800-plus parks and recreation professionals working on behalf of our neighbors, thank you for the proclamation. Thank you for recognizing the hard work and dedication that our 800-member-plus team puts in every day. Since 1985, the United States has celebrated Parks and Recreation Month. In July, we promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation. And we recognize the 160,000-plus full-time parks and recreation professionals across the country and our 800-plus here in Atlanta. The service that parks and recreation professionals provide are vital to our communities, from protecting open spaces and natural resources to helping fight childhood obesity and providing activities and resources for all people, and also promoting swim lessons and water safety. Parks and Recreation Month encourages everyone to reflect on the exponential value of parks and recreation professionals brings to our community. The theme for this year is Parks and Recreation Month is Where You Belong. We're celebrating Parks and Recreation Month in this July by highlighting all the ways Parks and Recreation builds belonging within our communities. From popsicles in the park to summer food, free pools, movies in the park, Recmobile, our picnic pavilions, and so much more. We create places where you, Atlanta, belongs in our community. And in the United States, 84% of adults seek high-quality parks and recreation amenities when choosing a place to live. Parks are vital to relocation. And also visitors who find their parks and recreation facilities to be inclusive visit their areas 2 times more than those who do not hold the same view. In addition to helping connect people to nature, local parks create essential environmental stewards who advocate for and protect our most precious public resources, our land, water, trees, and open space and wildlife. DPR manages over 4,600 acres on behalf of our neighbors, and we are grateful to do this every day. Thank you again to City Council for proclaiming July Parks and Recreation Month, and to our numerous staff and partners that make Parks and Recreation possible in Atlanta. Thank you to the team.
Thank you, Commissioner Cutler. And at this time, I'll invite in my colleagues that will have anything that they would like to add. Bakhtiari.
I'll try to keep it brief, which is not one of my strengths. I just want to thank this department as somebody coming onto council that wanted to see a greater investment in our green spaces, because greater investment in green spaces, again, saves lives, but especially working in low-income areas connecting kids and seniors to their green spaces. But this department, this leadership, this staff has completely turned around a department and put in, and thanks to you all, we've seen the greatest investment in parks and green spaces and rec centers, and I don't know how many decades. So you all are doing life-changing work, and it is an honor to get to work with this department. And I know there are many of you, and I thank you all for answering all of our emails, and I thank you even more so for dealing with our constituents. So thank you all for doing such extraordinary work and giving us the best Parks and Rec department that the city has seen in decades. Thank you.
Next, Councilmember Antonio Lewis.
Thank you, Councilmember Winston, for recognizing our Parks Department. I am truly a Parks and Rec baby. And so I don't know where I would be without Roselle Fan, which was Southeast at the time. And so I truly, to walk through the recreation centers and to see the experiences of the young people today, to see the pools open for free. I smile every time I see a group of young people walking up the street with their towels in their hand, leaving South Bend Pool. I smile every time Commissioner Cutler comes up with a new innovative way to help our constituents a new way. Like this year, he's opened up pools to be free on the inside of the gyms during the day. I don't know how you were able to put that together, but it just shows the work of the team trying to be there for the community. And so I appreciate your service, and I can't wait to see what you do next.
Next, we'll bring up Councilmember Andrea Boone.
Thank you, Parks and Recreation, for what you do for the youth in our community. I have known some of you all nearly 20 years, and this year I think we have the biggest and the best Camp Best Friends at C.T. Martin Recreation Center. And I want to give a shout out to that entire staff and all of you for everything that you do. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Marcy Overstreet.
I just wanted to take an opportunity to absolutely say thank you as well. I am 100% in love with our Parks and Recs department. What you give to our communities is just invaluable. I'm now receiving so many videos from residents all the time of them in our new trails and our new parks and our new playgrounds on the splash pads. Like, I am receiving emails and text messages. Didn't receive that when I first got on council. And you all looking all serious right now is hilarious to me because y'all, they are a bundle of fun. Honestly, they are, the entire group. And you guys really bring the energy out in the parks too. So I just want to thank you for making our lives a better place, because our green spaces are being prioritized here at the city. And that is nothing but good work. So thank you very much for all the good work. Thank you.
I apologize. I want to say one more thing. The cleanliness of our trails, to the responses from the Department of Parks and Recreation is immaculate. To understand Southtown Trail has received the investment it's never received. And to the openness of the parks right now. To when I ran for office, I was a volunteer coach, and I had issues sometimes practicing. And so to see the gyms open now, to know that we have splash pads. When I used to have to drive, I have nephews, and what's such a blessing of understanding our parks department, Ms. Sonia Wimbush was the general manager at the gym when my nephews were growing up. And so she was able to see me as a constituent coming in and being the uncle, trying to be uncle of the year every single year as a volunteer. So that shows that we've kept good people in our parks department, and I appreciate y'all for that. And we got to keep it going. I know y'all are thinking of new ways to grow, and with Roselle Fan getting the new computer rooms and all that stuff, just let's keep growing, and I can't wait to see what we do next. I wanted to get that through though.
Come on back. Come on. Keep it coming.
This is just a testament to really the good work that you all are doing. When he said, I can't wait to see what's coming next, we are taking care of not just our youth, but also our seniors. So now we have a senior facility coming on at John A. White Park. That was a priority. And I just want to make sure people really understand the gravity of that, from 2 months old to 100 plus years old. You guys are really doing some good work. So thank you so much for everything, really.
So again, I just want to thank all of our Department of Parks and Recreation personnel, everyone that works. A specific shout out to the maintenance teams who are out there. They've been out there in 100-degree weather, maintaining our parks, keeping them clean. All the folks who help with Camp Best Friends. The pools are being run flawless this summer, and so we just appreciate all the great work that you all have been doing. So with that, we'll come up and take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Next, we will move to remarks from the public. I would remind everyone that if you signed up, you'll have up to 2 minutes unless you've been yielded time by others. I will do my best to pronounce your name, but if I mispronounce it, please do let me know. First up today will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God to everyone that's here. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Matthew 5th chapter 16 verse. He is to set his light upon a candlestick, not hide it under a bushel, but that is a basket, darkness, the absence of light. And darkness alone cannot dispel the light, but the smallest light can dispel the greatest darkness. Jesus gave me the light, a gift, for this purpose, and you fight to cover up Jesus' glory. China and Russia is the greatest darkness. On YouTube, a man prophesied that Russia will attack America in 2024. To work your job is to go against Jesus' protection plan. Bless them that curse you, and pray for them which despitefully use you. Luke 6, chapter 28, verse. What Jesus teaches here, he also practiced, and at a great cost to himself. Sin appears to be a blessing, but in reality, it is a curse. James Swift and others. You rejected the gift Jesus created through me to operate by taking the income. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, said the Lord. Isaiah 54, chapter 17, verse. God's not preacher is both the maker and husband of the Gentiles. We need God's protection because there is no power higher than his power. God told me he will protect the properties I own from the enemy. is my desire. Judah, thou art whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies.
Time has expired.
We need Christ's protection plan. If we fight against it, then we don't want it or don't appreciate it.
Next up will be Eric Richardson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Richardson. I'm the president of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, an affiliate of the AFL-CIO. Certain things have come to me about goings-on in the council meetings concerning personnel issues being exposed to the general public. This is an HR issue. It is not a public issue. Not only has that affected certain personnel within the city, it's having its effects on negotiations between the labor community and the city. We can't have these leaks that you have in your departments. My suggestion to you is root out the leak and shut it off, just like you did the streets. And then when these comments come up, the majority of those that are mentioned are African Americans. Maynard would be turning over in his grave. And I'm a contemporary of his. Please get your act together. President, you control comment, do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tracy Thornhill. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Thornhill. I'm the executive director of ASME. I come as one. I stand as 1.4 million. I'm here today to speak about, you all know me in this city council. You know this budget that's coming up. If y'all know me, y'all know how hard I worked in the last year to get this budget to the point to where it is. But at some point, I'm getting people coming downtown and saying different things and just impeding on my progress, what we're doing. We got it passed. But we have people down here calling names saying people are not doing this, people are not doing this. But believe me, we are working. We are working with the mayor's administration. We're working with city council. We're working with the human resource department. But yet and still, once a lie is told, people tend to believe that lie. You don't see me at committee meetings because I know I got important work to do. When it get to the committee meetings, hopefully I got the situation worked out. But when somebody come in and tell somebody something that they want to hear, all I can hear is, well, the union didn't do this, the union didn't do that. Well, the union was working in the back room. The union was getting it done. We here, we not going nowhere. We here, we stand. We're gonna keep fighting for these people. We're gonna fight for their increases. We're gonna fight for their rights. We're gonna fight for their equipment. But it just bothers me that people can just come up here and just spew stuff. And I understand it's a public comment. And people just take it to be real. And it's not real 95% of the time. You know, and it kind of bothered me a little bit. I'm used to it, but it just bothered me just a little bit to know that most of you know what I stand for. And I ain't heard nobody say anything about it or to say, well, I don't think that's true. Because a lot of y'all, I call on the phone, I talk to y'all and I tell y'all what's going on and what we need done. And y'all do it for me. So y'all know I'm out here doing this. And before I leave, how much time I got? I had a friend of mine that worked for the city, Kenneth Brooks, got hit by a car in 2017. Because of that injury, Kenneth suffered some brain injuries. He's working on the back of the garbage truck. Me and Antonio spoke about it. Working on the back of the garbage truck, he had a few strokes, but eventually One took him out about 3 weeks ago. And I went to the funeral, and I looked around and see no city representation whatsoever. And I know his wife had got in touch with the city. I didn't see anything. I told Antonio too late, and he had already something on his calendar for that day, or he would have been. But you know, I spoke out and I spoke up for him, and I just want people to know he literally gave his life for this city. He got hit working on the back of a garbage truck. And the thing about it is that I got no representation from Public Works, no representation from anybody. And when I decided to call Antonio, it was on a Friday, and he just couldn't make it. So, but I'm sorry, Ms. Boone, I didn't call you. But here's the thing about it. I just want us to pay attention to those people that gave their lives for the city and worked for the city and lost their lives during work. It didn't happen that day, but it was the cause of his death. So, you know, just think about Kenneth Brooks the next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be J. Wesley Day. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Before I begin, I pass.
He's going to pass them out for you while you're speaking.
While I speak. My name is J. Wesley Day, and I'm going to get to my story for those that haven't heard it in a moment. But I want to start with you, Antonio Lewis. I want to express a deep disappointment. This comes from me, my son, my mom. As you took your seat, we all said that that's going to be the next mayor of Atlanta. He has guts. He has balls. But my son, who helps me with social media, I'm 46, you all. I can't keep up with social media well, I never really have. But anyway, he noticed that you have untagged yourself in all of the things we've tagged you in. He said, Dad, that's shade. He throwing you shade, and we thought he was cool. Then we did a little bit more research on you to learn that you gave Keith Gamage a proclamation. Now, help me to understand how you can give a man an award and a proclamation, but you can't pick up the phone and call him to ask him how he is destroying this black man's life. To me, that's cowardly. And myself, my family, we just never saw that coming from you. Maybe the rest of them, but not you. We thought you was a real one. But I guess you got into playing these politics too. What would Martin Luther King do? What would John Lewis do? Would they sit quiet and silent when a black man's life had been destroyed in this city? I was beaten on Edgewood Avenue, and I have it on camera. Them calling me fags and sissies and homos, slapping me in my face, slapping my phone out of my hand. And none of you have done anything. And to you, my brother that just spoke, they didn't come to that funeral, and I've told you all this before. You have to be rich for these people to care. You have to be white for them to care. You have to be famous for them to care. If you don't fit in that category, they don't give a damn. I've been up here emailing you all for years. You're forcing me to get more on the forefront and in your face to tell my story because you all ignored my emails. Now it's for you, Byron Amos. Emailed you, called you. You was a person I supported, I donated to. I created the Atlanta Nightlife Alliance and Task Force that your mayor stole from me. Byron Amos was invited to come and speak at our task force. And now he won't even, as his constituent, he won't even answer a phone, return the phone call. He refuses to even meet with me. You will be out of office, and I'm gonna make sure that I do all that I can to let everybody know in District 3 how you turned your back on me when I needed you the most. I wanna thank you, Miss Andrea Boone, Miss Marcy Overstreet. Who else has met with me? Michael Julian Bond, for taking the time to meet with me. I can go out and put a symbol on a crosswalk and you'll send the whole Atlanta Police Task Force to come looking for me. I can go outside right now and kick a dog. I guarantee you I'll be in jail. But here it is, I was beaten and we got the two assailants and Keith Gamage gave me a felony. That's why I'm missing to tell y'all, I got a felony. Lost my good job at Delta Airlines, but Keith Gamage dismissed the case against the guy on the camera slapping me and calling me homophobic slurs. And there's one more assailant on the docket to be prosecuted, and Funny Willis is saying she's going to charge me with extortion.
Time has expired.
Another cloud over my head. 6 years later, she's going to charge me with extortion if I don't drop the charge
Mr. Day.
one other assailant. Tell me where the justice is at.
Your time has expired, Mr. Day. Thank you.
What would John Lewis do? This is good trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Prevent another black man
Mr. Day.
from going through what I'm going through.
Mr. Day, your time has expired.
Disabled mother.
Thank you.
And I can't get a job with 2 bachelor's degrees and 2 master's
Next
degrees.
will be Pastor Kenyatta Jones-Moore. Oh, but at first, Councilmember Lewis.
And thank you, Mr. Day. I would like to say on social media, if I don't follow you back, you can't. I mean, it doesn't allow you to tag me. And that's just the way that my social media is set up. And so it's just set up. That's a function of it. I think the other thing that you spoke about with me was giving the proclamation that this council bestowed upon Solicitor Gamage. It was based upon restorative justice. He implemented some restorative justice factors in Fulton County that we now have.
No background.
Thank you.
No background. I come from the hood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
He charged me with a felony.
Councilman Amos.
That makes sense.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, normally I don't respond, but as my friend Jay Wesley seeks the truth, I seek the truth as well. So to come here and say I'm not responding, sir, our acquaintanceship go all the way back to 2019, 2020. There's numerous emails, numerous texts that I have responded to, conversations we have had about this incident and things of this nature. You're asking the city to take action on county charges. We have talked about that. Not only this, talked about some other issues you had at your apartment complex. All that I ask, come down here, speak the truth. You got every right to advocate for everything within your power you believe for. I just ask that you do it truthfully.
Thank you. Next will be Pastor Kiana Jones-Moore. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Here we are once again, another day at the Atlanta City Council meeting. And I am here today regarding the Supreme Court decision that has made it possible for municipalities to criminalize houselessness. I am here with other community advocates imploring this council to pass legislation that will not criminalize houselessness. We know that there are already some pieces of municipal legislation on the books that do just that, things like trespassing, things like vagrancy, things like anti-camping laws, things like pedestrian in the motorway. All of those things are not necessarily enforced in the city of Atlanta, but we need something on the books in writing that is codified by this council that says we will not put you in jail just because you don't have a place to live. But you know that that also goes hand in hand with real affordable housing options. Y'all, we can't keep spending tens of thousands on boulders to go under the highway underpasses to keep people from living there when we could spend that money in housing. Y'all know the amount of blighted properties in the city of Atlanta, and you know your eminent domain ordinance, and you all can move on that to make some real housing options for people. I'm not a fan of shipping containers, but if that's the last thing that you can do, the best thing for now, let's do it some more, because there are not enough shelters in the city of Atlanta. The ones that we have are severely overcrowded, and they also lack adequate funding. So there's really not a viable option for people who are being priced out. And you know what the rents are like now, and the way people are not being protected, rents are skyrocketing, which leads me to the other issue of not having money. Y'all trying to take the last free parking lot in Lil 5 Points? The last free parking lot? Don't do that. Y'all already got all the parking around here that is, affordable. Y'all got it taken up with police cars and whatever else so that we can't park there and have to pay higher prices in the lots.
Time's expired.
Please don't do that to the people of the city of Atlanta.
Thank you. Next will be Maggie McCullum. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Maggie McCullum. I live in South Atlanta. I'm in District 1. And I wanted to share some things with you all about seniors. I have constantly voted and paid my taxes to contribute to my community. I speak for myself and others. I may have a voice for somebody to listen to me. For those who cannot speak for themselves, like many seniors as myself, we're on a fixed income. I recently applied for some home repairs services through Atlanta, Fulton County. No calls returned. Messages left. Is anyone listening? Fulton County has informed me that they have a lengthy waiting list. Serving the list for seniors who really need this, it takes years. House Proud, I'll get back to you. Meals on Wheels, I got a waiting list for you. Georgia Power, you may make too much money. It's my understanding that part of the new development that you can certainly find to allocate funds for us. Funds seem plentiful for the new houses that are being built around me, but scarce, limited for me. I've been here. I've been here over 4 decades. I paid my way. I have read articles, how we receive entitlement, dollars every year. I don't know why we cannot spend those dollars. They end up going back. But residents are so much in need. So many Atlanta citizens there that never has an instant of where the money will be returned. It is well documented that older residents prefer to stay in their homes. I do the same thing. It prolongs our life if we just stay in our homes. You all need to help us. I am one of those older citizens. I don't look like it, but I'm one of them. I have a long-standing paying taxes, voting for some of you, even walking for some of you. I tend to trust you and that you would do the right thing to help us to come back to the community just for us. It's a revolution out here. Don't tell me about there's no revolution. It's time to talk it over. It's time to implement a solution. Like changes without growth is not change, but mere action. You need to get off your butt and help me fight. I need to fight for something. I'm standing here, I'm fighting for those who may not have enough to fight for themselves. You need to stop talking to talk and lead the walk. Some places where seniors go, We appreciate the things that you do for us. But now, we need you to help us stop struggling. I want to be able to stay in my house. It's not that big, but I want my little house to be comfortable for me. I'm gonna keep knocking. Somebody gonna let me come in. I thank you. I thank you for being a council member, but I would really thank you if you help us seniors that are struggling. Taxes are steady rising. Nothing we can do. We're just trying to live in our homes. Help us. Help me. Help you. Help us. We need your help. And I would appreciate it if somebody let me know about the Beltline that is funded by the city of Atlanta, to actually tell me that I don't live in the Beltline and it's coming right across the railroad track, but it's a neighbor down the street, 5 houses down from me, are receiving funds from the Beltline. Help me understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Brandon Buchanan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I don't know if I will even need the whole 2 minutes. Eric Richardson came here and very simply told y'all to get your act together. I'm here to tell you the same thing. I'm here to urge you to vote down special use permit U2406 to charge for parking in the last free parking lot in Little 5 Points. If you live in this city and you've had to circle your block 17 times in order to shop, you know that free parking is a large relief. Why we've decided to price gouge up an extra set of revenue for one landlord at the expense of business owners, at the expense of tax-paying citizens, at the expense of many people who came through here over the last few months. 1,800 people signed a petition against this. We also had NPU meetings. At the last NPU, it was 6-1 against this. At a Braves game, if you lose 6-1, we're on the radio the afternoon after, and we're looking for people to fire. Where can you lose 6-1 and be part of a winning team? Only on the Atlanta City Council. Businesses don't want it. It represents a pay cut for the employees that also have to travel to park there. And customers don't want it either, because it represents more confusing signs, more tickets, more threats of being booted, more having to do algebra in your head about how long you can stay somewhere to go and have a good afternoon. Small businesses there hold great free events all the time. I was at Little 5 Fest. They have music, they've got songs, they have all kinds of stuff. And the businesses there offered to manage this lot themselves 2 years ago. This doesn't encourage walking. This doesn't encourage safety. The paid parking lots in that neighborhood are 8 times more likely to be broken
Mr. Buchanan, I've been reminded that zoning issues actually can't be addressed in the public comments.
I just did.
No, but it's not appropriate. Thank you. It's just a reminder that zoning issues are not viable for public comment. Sandra Williams, that has to be at ZRB. Thank you. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council and President Shipman. My comments will be brief. Atlanta is a city on the rise. We just had the presidential debate here last week. We had the FIFA games coming in 2026. Most of you know, many of you, the Labor Council supported, but I'm here to just very briefly comment on a matter that's come to my attention through several of our union members. And that is, there have been public comments where truths have been distorted, comments were made inappropriately, and we only ask that when you have personnel issues, that you're treating those with the utmost discretion. Where there are issues that come up, just as that gentleman was curtailed in his comments about zoning, when it comes to personnel issues, we ask that you do the same. because we know we are now in a time in society where people will target you if they know your name and your department, and we want to avoid any problems of that type. The second point that I'd like to make very briefly is that we know in a city this size there are going to be investigations. We know that there are going to be hearings and cases where people are investigated. We ask that there is balance or the appearance of balance, because we know perception is everything to the person that holds that. So it appears to some that African Americans are more often than not the people that are discussed, when we know investigations encompass all of us from time to time. So I thank you for my time, and I yield the balance of my time. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next will be Ken Roebling. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. At the beginning of this year, I said 2024 is going to be a very tough year. We're now at the halfway point. You think the worst is over, but you'd be wrong. The worst is yet to come. A year ago, I bought a puzzle, a 1,000-piece puzzle, jigsaw puzzle, and when I dumped it on the table, I was wondering, how am I going to solve this big puzzle? But then I thought, well, I'll look for patterns. I think that's how law enforcement solves crimes. They look for patterns. And today, they have artificial intelligence to help them out. But then, so do you and everyone else in the audience. Apple is including AI in their next operating system. Google is putting it into its search engine. Now everyone can be a detective. All you have to do is key in a couple of keywords, like corruption and indictment, along with some names maybe, and you can save the city taxpayers a lot of money. I gotta read this next page here. The results come back to you in seconds, so you can do it over and over again until you get the answers you want, or the ones you think are right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Taylor Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
All right. So I was going to talk exclusively about permit U2406, but I've been told I'm not allowed to, so very well. I'm going to talk more broadly about this body and the state of it, and also the conflicts of interest involved in some of the members relating to that permit. Councilman Amir Faruqi happens to be on the community improvement district involved in that particular permit. The vice president of the community improvement district is also on the zoning review board. So that ties into a larger issue of we are not so surprised anymore when you all do not listen to us, our constituents, and instead you listen to one big landlord and benefit them at the expense of everyone else who works and shops in Little Five Points, for example. Little Five Points is just one example. You look at downtown, and it is hollowed out, and it is a shell of what it used to be because of large landowners consolidating properties, grabbing up land, and making everyone else have to pay more to be there. So no one goes there. So it stops being what it's supposed to be, what people remember it for, and what people care about. I called you hypocrites when you were congratulating the Parks and Rec department. The reason for that is that what I care about is the Waylani Forest. And I was here for 10 hours as you ignored hundreds of constituents to build Cop City over the forest, regardless of all your pandering about green spaces, all your pandering about democracy means nothing to us. Prove it with your actions. Follow the people's
Time has
will.
expired. Thank you. Next will be LaPink. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Alrighty, it's LA.
LA Pink. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, political gangbangers. This next little thing is for you Black political crime. You guys, I don't even know what to say about you. You guys sit up there, and the reason why I'm addressing, once again, our color is because we think higher of you than what you are giving our community. We put you on a different pedestal. Why? Because like I told you before, Harriet Tubman, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, some of y'all honor them, have days for them, but you're not living up to their expectations sitting on the seat that you're in, that you have been given, the voice you have been given to sit in those seats. The fault that was fought for us to be in the positions that we are in today, you're not upholding that. We have a problem with that. Andrea Boone's holding your hands. See, people don't know. You hide your hands. You a crook. You have no good in you at all. See, I did some investigation on you too. And you hide your hands. That's why I don't like you. And I don't like anybody that hides their hands. That's the reason why I show my face. And if you go to my platform, you see people's faces, because I'm not hiding behind anything. I want you to know that I'm coming for your jobs. I want you to know that I'm addressing you and I have a problem with you. I want you to know these things so that you know who to come talk to. So for all you political gangbangers that's out here not standing for the people, shutting down people's shops because they're having political forum meetings. People are entitled to meet with whoever they want to, whether if they're Republicans or Democrats. Let them have their voice. Stop trying to bully them into shutting down their shops just because they have an open discussion about with other people that they want to know about.
Time has expired. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am responding to a person that I have never met before, never been introduced to, and I have been advised not to respond to this, except to say that I will be in touch with my attorneys. Thank you so much.
Next up will be Prophet Curtis Martin Harrison. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Well, all right. Well, here we go again. Well, I want to speak to something that happened to me. I was in a car accident. From the time I paid my insurance to the time I didn't pay my insurance, within 2 weeks, I was in a car accident. Okay, my car is parked. It's in a vacant parking lot over on Crenshaw Road, right? So the cops come over there and give me a citation to get out the parking lot. They see my vehicle is all tore up. I got to sleep and somebody broke in it. Now, I'm kind of agreeing with what Lady Peak is saying, what this brother's saying right here. Now, the cop, Michael, his name is Nichols, from a homeless church, he's told me he was gonna, if I step back on the property again, on a homeless church to help homeless people, he told me if I step back on that property again, he was gonna have my car towed. And then I was in a car accident. So I'm kind of believing that, and before that, I'm kind of believing that the corruption in this city needs to be addressed. Now, there was a riot not too long ago. I want y'all to keep that in mind. There was a riot not too long ago, wasn't it? That y'all missed that part. There was a riot. Cops couldn't do nothing. Listen, hear the prophet. I want you to hear the prophet right now. Now, if the cops couldn't do nothing for your safety when a riot was going on, I would do right by the people. You understand? The reason why I'm able to walk up and down the streets because I do right by the people. The reason why I'm going to go in the hood by myself at 3 o'clock in the morning, because I do right by the people. The reason why I'm able to come in here, because I do right by the people and say how I want, because they know my heart is right, my heart's in the right place. See, if your heart ain't right, see, if the cops got to follow you all the time, that means you're not doing something right. See, hear the prophet. See, I told you there was going to be water in this city. I told you it's going to be packed in here. I told you it isn't going to be good for you if you keep doing the things that you do. So you don't want to take heed. See, when you see, when I seen the pandemic.
Time has expired.
Happen. You seen what the prophet seen, it was too late.
Time has expired.
People dying and crying on the streets. See, if you don't listen to, you don't hear God's voice.
Thank you.
It's gonna be too late.
Your time has expired.
See, and I'm talking to some of you bishops and pastors too. See, you used to have 3 minutes coming in here. They used to give us 3 minutes. Now you got 2.
Your time has expired.
See, that's the problem with this city. Before y'all know it, y'all gonna be begging for
Next speaker.
You're gonna be begging for me to pray for you. I don't know if I might not even pray.
Next speaker is Derek Blassingame. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
All right, Derek Blassingame here. I appreciate the opportunity to address council. I want to address Mayor Dickens and his long list of the reasons why Donald Trump should not be elected president of the United States. Mayor Dickens has his own list of reasons why he should not be elected. Let's start with the water crisis. Impacted more black city residents than any other demographic. While the mayor was in Memphis fundraising for his second term, Atlanta seniors were dying from thirst. Instead of putting forth a bold and comprehensive plan, the mayor and this body is paying hush money. Under Dickens' administration, human resources has become a cesspool for nepotism and quid pro quo. On his watch, Atlanta Human Resources Commissioner Alicia Smith abused her authority to create a position for her daughter and then retaliated against her former daughter's supervisor when the supervisor tried to hold Smith's daughter accountable. In 2022, Mayor Dickens unlawfully spent $120,000 of taxpayer money on a seniors ball, which turned into an all-expense paid extravaganza for city staffers. The mayor's executive office booked rooms for 2 members of the Dickens family, again at taxpayers' expense. Mayor Dickens claims that his administration has been focused on housing solutions for people experiencing homelessness since day one, but I applied for housing assistance back in 2022 through the Atlanta Regional Commission, which administers one of the city's programs, and again in February. But only people who are in cahoots with the mayor's office gets this assistance. When it comes to transparency on public records, this administration is slow to respond. Sometimes they don't even answer. Finally, I believe the Atlanta e-bike program is discriminating against certain groups, and I believe the Dickens administration is using this benefit as a political tool for re-election, also called quid pro quo. So while you want to challenge the Republicans on our nominee, I'm challenging and letting you know that you have dirty laundry in your closet that can be very much exposed and published before the public. Derek Blassingame, the government watchdog.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Things are quite lively today. Hi, good afternoon, Devin Barrington Ward. I first wanted to start by thanking Councilmember Boone. I got to attend the senior home improvement event in your district this weekend. It was great. I got a few scrapes and cuts from Miss Linda's house, tearing down them vines and things, but it was fun work. I'm glad I got to work with my hands, and shout out to all the volunteers who came out there. It was a really great event. The first thing that I would like to speak to today is the water crisis. I have been out and about doing my regular business in the community, shopping with small businesses. Many of them are Black and women owned, and what I've heard from several folks is they didn't know that the fund was available. They haven't gotten the information. No one from FS Atlanta has reached out. And so what I'm requesting today in these copies of a draft ordinance that I've provided you all today is for an extension of the deadline. Currently, the legislation for the program mandates that the deadline is July 8th. And my hope is that we could extend the deadline to August 2nd to give people more time to get their acts together, to get their paperwork right, to go back and forth with Invest Atlanta on whether or not the allocation that they're estimating to receive is appropriate. Just give people more time to engage in the process. In addition to that, this legislation also asks for future proactiveness amongst Invest Atlanta, DOT, Watershed, and Public Works, and other agencies that are doing major projects that can cause disruptions to local businesses. I was just at a town hall meeting with Councilmember Overstreet last week, where we were talking with members in the Cascade community who were talking about how they have been doubly impacted. They've been impacted by the water crisis, but they've also been impacted by the Cascade Road Improvement Project that started in 2022, and at this point, we don't have a final date for when that project will be completed. Many of the businesses in that area have said that they have received a loss in sales upwards from 30 to 62%. So we need to do more to make those businesses whole in that area beyond what Invest Atlanta is making available to them through the Water Recovery Fund. In addition to that, we want to see some more proactiveness. We know when these projects are happening that they will impact residents. And so it's really important, and businesses. And so it's really important that there's some proactiveness amongst those agencies. The other paper that I want to speak to today connects to the Supreme Court decision around cities and municipalities being able to arrest and detain and fine unsheltered unhoused individuals. I was encouraged and proud to see that the mayor said that falling on hard times in the city of Atlanta is not grounds for arrest. That's great. However, our laws are not in alignment with that. And so it's up for this body to overturn some of the laws that we've put in place that do criminalize homelessness in the city of Atlanta, including the anti-camping ordinance that was ratified by this body in 1996, and other laws such as pedestrian and the motorway and other violations that unsheltered individuals are often charged with. And so it's my hope, because when I was a member of the previous mayor's task force to close the Atlanta City Detention Center, our policy committee came up with the recommendation that those ordinances actually be overturned. And so if we want to be in alignment with a city that does not
Time has expired.
those who have fallen on hard times, we need our laws to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. Mr. Barrington, I just want to give you a little bit of good news.
Yes.
Thanks for coming to the meeting.
Of course.
And I will be reading in a paper at the end of the day that will address some of those things that we talked about during our community meeting today. So your advocacy has helped me. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Shar Bates. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Question to everyone on this panel. Does anyone have a deceased parent or a grandfather or grandmother? Imagine that they were killed by someone. Now let's imagine you actually know who killed them. Imagine the person that killed them are the same people that we all pay to protect and serve. Imagine that a settlement has been agreed upon, but no charges, no arrests, not even a call for the charges or arrest for this individual. I mean, how is it money talks before it's any charges or arrests, right? Especially when you know exactly who it is. Because in the community, if Ray shoot Pookie, then Ray going to jail. But when it comes to the Atlanta police officers, nothing happens and time just keeps going by. And at this point, it's been almost 12 months since Deacon Holloman was killed by 23-year-old APD officer Kyron Kimbrough and tow driver Eric Robinson. Council President Doug, you said when Tyree Nichols was killed, you said to protect and serve is the oath our law enforcement personnel take and the expectation we have of them. It is a social contract. But why is it not a call from anyone for these arrests? I don't understand. Why does APD have the right to kill y'all constituents in the streets and in the jails? Why does the DA have the right to be aggressive about celebs and politicians, but not about officers that we've paid? I don't think it's anything funny about what I'm talking about. But anyway, we know the APD and the foundation controls our mayor and DA. But my question to y'all is, do they control y'all?
Time's expired. Thank you. Next will be Lanique Luckett. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yes, greetings. I am a business owner in the Little Five Points community. I'm here to speak on behalf of the current, the new, and potential customers, the business owners, and the workers. For several reasons, we find that the parking has brought an effect to our business. We're here to let you know how it has discouraged and annoyed many of our customers from coming and returning to our establishment. We are brick and mortar businesses. We're not drive-through businesses. So taking away our parking takes away our livelihood. It also takes away people enjoying themselves from coming to one of the most exclusive parts of Atlanta. I just want to say that paying for the parking is really insane. It compares to having a home and having to pay for parking in your own garage. I've been in the business for over 20 years in our neighborhood, and there's just several reasons why it definitely affects the low income from coming to patronize the businesses in our neighborhood. We're here to attract, not to push away any of our customers. As I said, Little Five Points is an exclusive part of Atlanta, so we would like to retain and keep our customers coming back and not limit them from returning to enjoy the area of Atlanta. I thank you for your time today, and we asking Amir Faroki to recuse himself for that area.
You can't speak to a specific matter. You can just speak to overall topic. Thank you. Finally, today we have Temperance Black. Temperance Black. Okay. Thank you for all members of the public who came forward today to speak before council. Next, we will move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Council President and members of Council. I, Corinne A. Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, June 17th, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no changes or edits to the journal, I would ask for a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
That's 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, if I may take items 1 and 2 as a block.
Please proceed.
Item number 1 is 24C 5087. This is a communication from Municipal Clerk Corinne A. Lindo submitting a report of an administrative correction made to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting dates of June 17, 2024 and July 1st, 2024 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-275 of the Atlanta Code of Ordinances. Item number, staff recommendation to accept and file. Item number 2 is 24C 5088. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Shelley Williams to serve on the City of Atlanta's Elected Officials Compensation Commission. This appointment is for a term expiring with the next regular municipal general election to be held November 5th, 2025. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let both items follow that course.
Item number 3 is 24C 5084. This is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Cybersecurity Audit Memo. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 4 is 24C 5090. This is a communication from Council Members Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, and Antonio Lewis, District 12, appointing Mr. Micaiah McClure to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years.
Let the item follow that course.
Mr. President, if I may take items number 5 to 8 as a block.
Please proceed.
Item number 5 is 24C 5091. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, appointing Ms. Frances Bone to serve as a member of the Buckhead Community Improvement District. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 6 is 24C 5092. This is a communication from Council Members Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, and Antonio Lewis, District 12, appointing Mr. Swam Kumar to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the Neighborhood Representative category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 7 is 24C 5093. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Mr. Tony Lowe to serve as a member of the Chattahoochee Brick Company Memorial Green Space and Park Board. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council. Item number 8 is 24C 5094. It's a communication from Councilmember Jason Winston, appointing Ms. Maggie McCullum to serve as a member of the Atlantic Commission on Aging. This appointment is for a term of 4 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. And staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let all 4 items follow that course.
And that concludes the communication items, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any items that were vetoed for consideration?
No, sir.
Any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 1. These are items on page 5 of everyone's materials. They are items for second reading, and so the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But before that, I will ask colleagues, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to pull item number 3, 24-R-3723, page 16, number 7, 24-R-3727, page 17, and 24-R-3729, page 17 from the consent agenda.
So 3 items, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? Section 1. Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, without the 3 items that were outlined by Councilmember Boone. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, with the 3 items removed? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the consent agenda, section 1, with the 3 items removed.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, carries. Next, we will move to the consent agenda, section 2. These items begin on page 21 of your materials. They are for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask if there are any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Next, we'll move to the report of standing committees. First up today is the City Utilities Committee Chair Lewis, right on time.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no report from the City Utilities Committee today, but I do want to make an announcement. This is a reminder that we will have a public hearing on the ordinance number 2401214 regarding the adjustment of our solid waste rates at the July 9th City Utilities Committee. Following the public hearing, we will approve this ordinance, which will then be adopted at the full council meeting on August 5th. Additionally, after the City Utilities Committee meeting at 11:30 a.m., we will be conducting a work session on water main break repairs and provisions. If anyone from the public has any questions or concerns prior to the work session, please email your inquiries to watermainrepairinquiries@atlantaga.gov. I'll say that again. One word, water main repair inquiries @atlantaga.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. Next up today will be Community Development and Human Services Committee, Chair Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no report.
Thank you. Next up will be Transportation Committee, Chair Amos.
You, Mr. President. First up, we have one item, communications. Item number 1 on page 32, that's 24-R-3701, a resolution by committee on council to appoint Councilmember Jason Dozier, District 4, Liliana Barkatari, District 5, and Dustin Hillis, District 9, to serve as the city council appointment to the Atlanta Fatal Crash Review Commission for a term of 2 years and for other purposes. It's coming favorable out of committee. Recommendation to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee 24-R-3701. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. At 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Takes us to our orders for second reading. Item number 2 on page 32, 24-O-1272. The ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Aviation to exercise the second renewal option for FC-10300 curbside management services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with MTI Limo and Shuttle Services Incorporated, doing business as front row parking for a term of 2 years, retroactively effective from May 29th, 2024 through May 28th, 2026, and to add funding in an amount not to exceed $13,700,001.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from account number listed herein and for other purposes. This recommendation is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-O-1272. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Next item is item number 3 on page 32, 24-O-1329, an ordinance by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the second amendment to the agreement FC FC-9034 on-street parking management program with SP Plus, all-in-one joint venture on behalf of the Department of Transportation to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis to begin on June 14th, 2024 through March 31st, 2025, to waive Chapter 2, Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinance, insofar as it shall be necessary to authorize the actions here authorized hereby and for other purposes. This is coming with 4 yeas, 1 abstention, but with a recommendation to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of Committee 24-0-1329. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 1 nay.
11 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 4, page 33, 24-0-1338, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the City of Atlanta to waive the competitive source selection provision contained in Section 2-1187 of Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, as well as other conflicting code provisions to revive FC-10300 curbside management services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with MTI Limo and Shuttle Services Incorporated doing business as front row parking, to ratify services, execute an amendment extending to terms of the contract on a month-to-month basis for a period of up to 12 months, retroactively effective beginning May 29, 2024, in an amount not to exceed $7,200,001.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Coming out of committee, 3 yeas, 1 abstention, 1 nay. Recommendation is to adopt.
There's a recommendation coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1338. Does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. It's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to
Mr. President,
Yes.
my vote should have been counted as a no, nay,
Oh,
You said
it's,
nay, yes.
reflect that.
That's 11 yeas, 1 nay.
11 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Last final one, Mr. President, item number 5, page 33, 24-R-3713, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on St. Paul Avenue Northwest between Hollywood Road and Hightower Road in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes. Recommendation out of committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-R-3713. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. It ends our report.
Thank you. Next up today will be Finance Exec, Chair Shook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Due to a power outage Wednesday afternoon, the Finance Committee could not legally meet, and so I moved to go into Committee of the Whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to move into Committee of the Whole. It's been seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to move to Committee of the Whole? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to move it in Committee of the Whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
It's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move in committee of the whole carries. We are now in committee of the whole.
All right, thank you. There would have been several presentations on Wednesday in the interest of efficiency today. As of Wednesday, the contents of all three reports have been published on the city website for those of you or members of the public who wish to peruse them. So we will not have any presentations today. First off, we have three ordinances for first read. 24-0-1363 is an ordinance by Finance Exec to amend ordinance 22-0-1386, adopted by the City Council on the date indicated and approved per the City Charter section indicated on the date indicated, authorizing the city to enter into a co-op agreement with the vendor indicated, AT&T Network Voice and Data, for the purpose of amending the name of the service provider and the term of the agreement, and for other purposes. 24-0-1364 is an ordinance by Finance Exec, amending the city code sections indicated here, general ordinances, administration, officers and employees, purchasing card policy, to add additional authorized cardholders and for other purposes. And 24-0-1365, an ordinance by Finance Exec, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all appropriate documents for the acquisition of certain fee simple and such other property interests necessary for the completion of the Proctor Creek wetlands at Hollowell on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management, authorizing negotiations with property owners for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing title searches, appraisals, surveys, environmental studies, and any other items necessary for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing the mayor and the city attorney to institute condemnation proceedings pursuant to the declarations of taking methods in the code which are indicated here, which may be appropriate pursuant to the listed sections of the Georgia Code, waiving Article 10 of the Real Estate and Procurement Code. All contracted work and the payments for property interest will be charged to and paid from the accounts listed and for other purposes. Those being first reads, they will come back to us. We'll take them up in our next sitting. Under ordinances for second read, first off, it's number 4, which I am going to take also with number 8. 24-0-1309 is an ordinance by Finance Exec, authorizing the mayor as designee to waive the competitive source selection provisions contained in the listed section of the code, as well as any other conflicting code provisions, and to ratify services rendered in connection with the FC indicated commercial property management services agreement with the Shopping Center Group, LLC, for property management services for approximately 2.94 acres of improved property located at the addresses listed and commonly known as the Clear Creek Center, beginning December 1st of last year through the execution of the First Amendment of the agreement, and authorize the mayor or his designee to execute the first term of the management agreement to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis for a period of up to a year, effective retroactively from December 1 of last year through November 30th of this year, or until the new commercial property management contract is awarded and the associated agreement is fully executed on behalf of Enterprise Assets Management in accordance with the agreement's existing compensation schedule, all contracts work to be charged to and paid from, etc. We're going to pair this with 8, which is 24-0-1346. This is an ordinance by Mr. Winston, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute special procurement, the number of which is listed here, a shelter and service program with Cohen Resnick, LLP, on behalf of the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs for a grant administrator for the shelter and service program pursuant to the code section indicated here, the City of Atlanta Code, for a term retroactively commencing May 1st of this year through December 31st of next, in an amount not to exceed $200,000. All contract work we charged to and paid from, etc. The motion is to hold both items 4 and 8.
There's a motion to hold 2 items by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold these 2 items? Hearing.
Held in committee.
Held in committee. Just to clarify, the motion is to hold both these items in committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold these items in committee? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold these two items in committee.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to hold carries.
Item 5 is 24-01341, an ordinance by Mr. Hillis authorizing a donation amount not to exceed $5,000 from the Council District 9 carry forward account to the Grove Park Neighborhood Association pursuant to the section of the code listed here, or the charter rather, to support the Grove Park Gives Initiative, a program that supports legacy residents of Grove Park and for other purposes. Motions to approve.
Motion to adopt 24-0-1341 by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
All right, next up is item number 6, 24-01342. Let me read the caption of the proposed substitute, which is an ordinance by members Overstreet and Shook, substituted by Finance Exec, to amend ordinance 23-01656, adopted January 22nd of this year and approved on January 31st of this year, to amend the caption such that it shall reflect the action therein of amending the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances at the code section indicated to provide for annual payout of 10% of excess vacation hours for each year, to amend Section 2 of Ordinance 23-01656 such that the quarterly, quote, vacation extra carryover, end quote, reduction and payment schedule adopted therein shall be modified, and to temporarily suspend the operation of the section indicated here of the City of Atlanta Code, such that any vacation hours an employee or official may have in excess of the maximum vacation carryover pursuant thereto as of December 31st of this year only, shall not be lost, but shall instead be added to the definition of vacation extra carryover hours, which are scheduled for reduction and payment pursuant to the ordinance 23-01656 as amended hereby and for other purposes. I'll move to bring the substitute before us.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to bring forward a substitute for 24-0-1342, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, I'm going to ask the Finance Department to walk us through this paper. As I told Mr. Bala we would be doing. Who's on vacation?
Yes, this is Tina Wilson, WCFO. I believe Ms. Burks may be in the audience to address this personnel paper.
That's fine.
Sorry, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, members of the Atlanta City Council. LaShondra Burks, serving as Chief Operating Officer for the City of Atlanta. So the paper before you today is actually an extension of vacation carryover that you all had previously voted on. One change that we have asked as an administration is to extend the actual timeline by 3 months. So if you look at the attachment, the first vacation extra carryover balance date is July 1st. The second one was October 1st. We're asking that that one be moved to January, and then April, and then July of 2025. A couple of reasons for this request, and we appreciate your support in it. One is we've had a lot of major events in the city of Atlanta. We're Atlanta. And that has prohibited us from allowing, in some instances, people to take off work, from presidential debates to vice president visits, also to 4th of July and all of the activities we have coming up in the city, and canceling off days. So this will give our employees an additional runway of time in order to use some of their excess vacation carryover. The second one is, as we were going out and about talking to employees to get feedback, I personally realized that many of our employees, especially our employees who work in the field, were not up to speed and did not clearly understand the actual payout. And so with that, we will be taking these next few months. All of our HR managers will be trained on the vacation payout, what it means, how to explain it. And we will be going out to meet with all of our employees, especially those in the field who may not get an opportunity to check their emails, watch the videos, all the things that we have been doing over the last few months. And so with that, I think just delaying one additional term or quarter will allow us to, one, make sure our employees have an opportunity to understand. And then secondly, they also have an opportunity to use as much as their time as they can between now and January. So that's the reason for the request, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Yeah, I've got a question that I'll recognize Ms. Bakhtiari. To what extent, if at all, is the stop on this iteration harder than previous iterations?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Shook.
Is there a hard stop wired into this paper, or is it basically the same as prior iterations?
It's the same as prior iterations. It still has a hard stop. The only difference in this one is that it extends that hard stop for an additional 3 months. And so the original hard stop would have been April 1st of 2025. This hard stop takes us to July 1st of 2025.
Okay, so the phrase hard stop is kind of an eye roller. Ms. Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Thank you, COO. And I also just want to, commend you after having just come into your position and being handed this. My concern in the delay is, and without the hard stop, is that we will not be able to actually pay amounts that the further we kick it down the line, the less capable we are of making payments to cover any of the vacation carry forward. So it's just one of my concerns that, and I want to also state that this is you taking over what was already previously put into place. So I appreciate you trying to do the most of it, and it certainly is somewhat of an improvement. I'm not sure yet if I can vote for it, because my concern is that we will continue kicking it down the line, and I want to thank this administration for finally trying to tackle it, but that in doing so, we will not be able to pay out any of it, because unbeknownst, and many of our city employees don't realize this, because of course they want their vacation time, but this has been kicked down the line from how I've looked into it by so many previous bodies that the amount that has been accrued is too difficult to pay in full. So I'm just concerned that will continue to be an issue the more we push this off. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but that is one of the things that's been heavy on my mind.
Sure, that makes perfect sense. And I can tell you, before we did this, we had several meetings with the Department of Finance and the budget team to make sure that this was something that we could afford. And it actually, one of the pros of it is it gives employees a little more time to actually use their time. And so I think it benefits both ends. One, finance has said that the 3-month delay will not take us into a huge financial bind. And then secondly, it will allow employees to use their time. Thank you.
Mr. One.
Thank you. So I need some clarification here. This is an extension of 90 days or 180 days?
It's an extension of 90 days. So the only one that you're taking off, if you look on your chart, which should be on the last page of the legislation, you will see the only date that's crossed out is the October 1st date. And so the first payout, July 1st, the second one was initially October 1st. And so it just delays the October one until January. So it just pushes everything 3 months out.
So the substitute that we've gotten, there's a lot of the red stuff in here references 6 months after the original dates. And then there's a lot of language in here about December 31, 2024 that I'm not really understanding why we're changing that piece as well. So maybe someone can explain those two things to me based on if it's just a 90-day extension. We're actually changing much more than that, it feels like.
Well, because you're changing the December date to 2024, the October date to January, it takes you into that next year for the next payout.
I understand, but there was already an April 1st, 2025 date. So why are we having to move the December date? We would have already had to do that for a 2025 January and April dates. Is that not correct?
We would have done the January and April dates. What was not planned was the July date.
I understand. I'm just a little confused on the December 2024 reference in the red line when the payout dates were already extending past that date into those 2 quarters. And then again, there is language in here that's saying that we're moved to occur 6 months after the original dates. And you're telling me it's only 90 days. So there's a little bit of confusion over here for me.
Councilmember One, Ms. Robinson may be able to help.
If whoever can explain it to me, please.
Had her hand up on that one as well. I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, good afternoon. Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. The reference to the December date is really a correction to what likely should have been included in the original legislation, such that when the step down crosses over from this 2024 into 2025, which was always contemplated in the original legislation, there was a need to address what would happen with any vacation time that was scheduled pursuant to the code to be lost at the end of December 2024, whether or not that leave would just be lost in accordance with the code, or whether or not it would cross over into 2025 and be subject to the step-down provisions of the ordinance. In the original ordinance, it was slated to be lost at the end of the year and not be subject to the step-down provisions as they carry over into 2025. And so the changes and references in the substitute to the December 2024 date is to allow that leave that would ordinarily have been lost to be subject to the step-down provisions as set forth in this ordinance.
Okay, so it's just a correction from the last time.
Yes.
It should have been there because we were already spilling over into 2025 in terms of the payout timing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now what about I don't know whereas it is, but it does say each be moved to occur 6 months after the original dates.
So the date situation is that whilst the original legislation started the step down in payouts on July 1, 2024, which is today, and then would occur each quarter thereafter, such that it would end in April of 2025. The current substitute that is before you remains such that it would begin on July 1, 2024 today. But then the next reduction will not occur until January rather than October. And so there will be a reduction and a payout
in accordance with today's reduction. There'll be a payout, I believe, sometime no later than August. Then nothing will occur. People will be able to use their leave or not for the rest of the year. Their leave balances will carry over into January of 2025. And on January 1 of 2025, there will be another step down and then subsequent payout. Then another in April, then the last, which will be scheduled for the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I recognize that in the table, but I would argue that the language reads that such that the second, third, and fourth quarterly reductions each be moved to occur 6 months after the original dates. That would suggest to me that the original April 1, 2025 date would then become October 1, 2025, not July 1. So I mean, it's in a whereas clause. It doesn't necessarily matter, but I do think that reads incorrectly. All right, Mr. Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Ms. Bakhtiari.
Thank you, COO. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also curious about how this was received in the second round of discussions with the unions. I know that we had initially, it was rough, but we all got there. And so with this recent change, how have those conversations gone?
Much better. Well, I would say that everybody does not agree, but it will at least give people an opportunity to understand. And from what our conversations have been, having that extra time, leeway for people to be able to use their vacation has actually been seen at least as if we have listened to them. Yes.
So additional time for us to communicate, still the same payout, still over the same time, so no change, and we do not foresee that this will create any additional financial issues, and we'll have additional time for communication with employees.
Yes. And if we want to confirm the financial piece with the Deputy CFO, happy to do that.
Ms. Wilson or Dr. Wilson?
Yes, good afternoon. Finance has been in these conversations along the way. We know that the first payout we've calculated and are comfortable with, and the future payouts as well, that'll along with this schedule.
Anyone else with questions?
I think I yield. So I think Dr. Wilson said her statement, and I believe that concludes my questions. Thank you, COO.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? I'm going to move approval on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt as substituted 24-0-1342. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 13 yea, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you. Before we move on, I do have an editorial comment about this. We've kicked this can down the road so many times, I'm thinking about using some of my cash carry forward to buy cash for our fee. And this better be the last time we do this. You might be interested to know some of the employees that have come up to me and said, this is great for me, but it's bad for the city. I totally get it. So to my colleagues, we have got to make this be the last time we do this. Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's the reason why I voted no on this. I agree. We've got to hold the line at some point. To Councilmember Bakhtiari's point, at some point, we may find ourselves in a position where we won't be able to honor what the employees expect. And more importantly, as I've been saying in all of the meetings we've been having about this, I was hoping that by holding a line, it was going to force the city to address the underlying issues that are causing this, which is the positions that are not filled. And we're basically relying on a 75% workforce to do 100% of the work, and we're not allowing them to have vacation time. And that's not sustainable. We've been talking about this ever since I got back on council in 2022, and I feel like if we keep just churning this, we're never going to address that. We talk about the class and compensation study being able to address some of that, but again, I feel like if there aren't any backstops, we really won't have the discipline to do it. COO Burks, I appreciate what you say at the beginning, but we are Atlanta. We're always going to have big events. I mean, we've got things slated now through 2026, and unless we face the music, we're going to find ourselves in this situation. So I just hope that, like Councilmember Shook said, this is the last time this body, yields to this. We've got to find better answers. So I appreciate it.
No, thank you both. Thank you all. I will just, one last add is that we are certainly in agreement with you. The mayor and the administration certainly agree that we need to get to the end of this, which is one of the reasons we asked to move forward with the first payment, so that we could show, that we are very serious about this. So thank you for your comments. And those are things that we will take back and definitely keep in mind.
All right, well, Madam COO, you have a key role to play. You have to make the managers manage in this building. That's your job.
Thank you.
All right. 24-013-44 requires a substitute with a different caption. I'll read the caption of the proposed substitute. 24-013-44, an ordinance by Winston and Dozier, substituted by FEC, authorizing the CFO to we good? Okay. An ordinance by Winston and Dozier, substituted by FEC, authorizing the CFO to create an Assistance for Person with AIDS Trust Fund, department organization numbers within the Oracle financial system for the purpose of supplementing the housing opportunities for persons with AIDS program, authorizing the use of the Assistance for Persons with AIDS Trust Fund to receive future funds from a variety of sources, including but not limited to city appropriations and federal funding opportunities, to provide for a restriction on the use of the Assistance for Persons with AIDS Trust Fund, such that city appropriations contained therein shall only be donated to 50C3 nonprofit organizations for purely charitable purposes, aligned with the provision of housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, authorizing the CFO to transfer $250,000 from the fund department and account numbers listed herein to the trust fund account created hereby, and for other purposes. I'll move to bring the substitute before us.
Motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Dozier to bring forth the substitute for 24-0-1344. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected? Councilmember Overstreet's an aye.
All right, then the substitute
Hold on
updates.
just a second. Hold on just a second.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to substitute carries.
All right, and what the substitute does is it updates the caption, adds whereas clauses, and provides account information. I will move approval on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Winston to adopt as substituted 24-0-1344. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed at 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
All right, that takes us to resolutions. 24R 3703 is a resolution by Mr. Amos authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $250,000 to the Grove Park Foundation pursuant to the code section of the charter indicated here to support community quarterback capacity building services on behalf of the West Hollowell Foundation, authorizing the mayor as designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of the Grove Park Foundation to provide community quarterback capacity building services and authorize the CFO or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. And we're going to take 10 and 11 along with that. 10 is 24R 3704, a resolution by Mr. Amos authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $250,000 to the West Side Future Fund pursuant to the same charter section of the city to support community leadership in the English Avenue neighborhood, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement to provide support for community leadership in the English Avenue neighborhood, authorize the CFO or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed and for other purposes. Number 11 is 24R 3706, a resolution by Mr. Froke authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $20,000 from the District 2 discretionary fund account to the Georgia Municipal Association pursuant to the same city charter section for other purposes. The motion is to adopt all three.
There's a motion to adopt these three items by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these three items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these items.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items carries.
Thank you. 24R 3709 is a resolution by Ms. Boone authorizing mayor as designee to execute procurement agreement, which is listed here, mobile community referrals and diversion services on behalf of Atlanta pursuant to the code section indicated here, special procurements with blank effective July 1 of this year for a term of 2 years. And with two-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed blank for the first 2-year term, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed here. Motion is to hold.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to hold 24-R-3709, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Just to clarify, it's hold in committee is the motion.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to hold in committee carries.
Okay. I need to go back and make a request that the vacation paper be sent post haste to the mayor's office. Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that takes us to 24R 3711, which requires a substitute. I'll read the caption of the proposed substitute. This is a resolution by Shook, as substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the mayor's designee to execute the special procurement agreement, which is indicated here, business licenses, permits, and cashiering management system with Fast Enterprises LLC on behalf of DOF pursuant to the code section of the city listed here for an initial term of 3 years in amount not to exceed $12,526,000 with 2 one-year renewal options in amount not to exceed $969,000 for year 4 and an amount not to exceed $1,008,000 for year 5. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the sources listed. Motion to bring the substitute before us.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan, to bring forth the substitute for 24-R-3711. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, and what the substitute does is it updates the caption, whereas and resolve clauses to include the agreement terms and the not to exceed amount and the procurement, special procurement designation memo and IPRO report are attached. I'll move approval on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan, to adopt 24-R-3711 on substitute. Is there any discussion of this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
All right, and then I'm going to take 14 and 15 together. 24-R-3754 is a resolution by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor's designee to issue task order, which is indicated here for the contract indicated here. This is job order contracting services large with Manhattan RFB, a joint venture, for the design and construction of Fire Station 26 on behalf of Deem in an amount not to exceed $14,500,000. All work to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed in for other services. Item 15 is 24-R-3755, resolution by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor's designee to issue the task order indicated here for the contract indicated here, job order contracting services with Pasheen Millhouse joint venture for the demolition construction of Fire Station 30 on behalf of Deem in an amount not to exceed $14.5 million. All work to be contracted to and paid from the accounts listed in for other purposes. Motion is to adopt both.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt items 24-R-3754 and 24-R-3755, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt. Councilmember Westmoreland, how would you like your vote reflected? Aye. Please reflect Councilmember Westmoreland as an aye after much contemplation.
That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these two items carries.
All right, we have several held papers, first of which is 23-0-1619. It's an ordinance by Ms. Bakhtiari to provide for the annexation of property located at 1230 Beachview Drive and 1234 Beachview Drive, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30316 into the corporate limits of the city of Atlanta pursuant to the 100% method and to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System to notify the DCA, the state of Georgia, of such annexation and for other purposes. We had been waiting for companion legislation to catch up, so this is now ripe to move. I'll move approval.
The motion by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari to adopt 23-0-1619. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, held items 27 and 28, we'll take them together. 24R 3667 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner of Watershed Management to adjust water sewer service charges on certain customer accounts incurred due to burst water service lines in the amount. We have a substitute for that. Let me read that caption. 24R 3667, resolution by Shook, substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the Commissioner of Watershed Management to adjust water and sewer services. And actually, that's number 28, so we'll take that first. In accordance with the Atlanta City Code section indicated here, in the amount of $83,196.75. There's also a proposed substitute for the companion item, 34R 3668. This is a resolution by Shook, is substituted by Finance Exec, authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water sewer accounts in the amount of $18,284.11. All funds to be charged to and paid from the FDAs listed herein and for other purposes. Move to bring both substitutes forward.
The motion to bring forth two substitutes for both 3668 and 3667, correct? Yes. Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth these two substitutes? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitutes.
The vote is open.
I'm sorry, are they before us?
The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitutes carries.
Second.
Councilmember Juan has moved adoption of these two items, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 3667 and 3668 as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items as substituted carries.
All right, let's go back to item 25, which I glossed over, 24O1191. A substitute ordinance by Finance Exec to waive the competitive source selection provisions contained in the code sections indicated, as well as any other conflicting code provisions, and to authorize the mayor as designated to execute the Second Amendment to the property management agreement with Asset Living Southeast LLC for the management and property of facilities at 133 Trinity Avenue, to extend the term of the agreement effective beginning June 30th of last year on a month-to-month basis or until a new agreement for third-party property management services City Plaza is awarded and the associated agreement fully executed on behalf of Deem in accordance with the agreement's existing compensation schedule. All contract work to be charged to and paid from property revenues and for other purposes. Move approval.
There's a motion to adopt 24-0-1191 by Councilmember Shook. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
All right, thank you. Held item 29 is 24R 3674. This is a resolution by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor's designee to execute agreement for the contracts listed with the firms listed on behalf of Deem for other city departments listed in attached Exhibit A for initial term of 3 years with 2 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $5 million per contract. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the sources indicated. I will motion to amend by adding the IPRO agreement.
There's a motion to amend 24-R-3674 by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Winston. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to amend carries. So IPRO, to add the IPRO.
Move we exit committee of the whole. Oh, move to approve as amended.
There's a motion to approve as amended 24-R-3674 by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt as amended carries.
All right, thank you. Move to adopt all items approved in, now let's leave committee of the whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan to exit committee of the whole. Is there any discussion on the motion to exit committee of the whole? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to motion to exit committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries. We are now back into our regular scheduled agenda.
All right. And now I'd like to move to adopt all items adopted in committee of the whole and gross.
It's a motion to approve all actions taken in the committee of the whole by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to confirm all of those actions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to confirm all of the actions in committee of the whole.
One moment. The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to confirm all actions carries.
And lastly, I will move that we send post haste to the mayor both the vacation carry forward extension paper as well as the business license contract paper.
It's a motion by Councilmember Shook to send post haste 24-0-1342 and 24-R-3711. Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion, on the post haste, on the motion to, unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
How many? 13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
That's all I hate committee of the whole.
Thank you, Councilmember Shook. Next up will be the Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. If there are no objections, I will take items 1 through 3 as a block.
Any objection? Please
Guys,
proceed.
this is a really exciting report. I don't know why all of you are leaving. They left me. Okay, just walked out on my COC report, but okay, without objection. 24-C-5081, item number 1, a communication from Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12, appointing Mr. Paul Hobson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Fatherhood, Men and Boys. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 2, 24-C-5083, a communication from Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, appointing Ms. Nikki Foreman to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. And item number 3, 24-C-5085, a communication from Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12, appointing Ms. Felicia Lanier to serve as a member of the Commission on Aging. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. These items come with a favorable recommendation from their committee of purview, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee these 3 items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 3 items? We can do this via unanimous consensus or communications without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt these 3 items.
It's 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items carries.
Thank you. This brings us to communications and resolutions. If there are no objections, I will take items 4 through 6 as a block.
Objections? Please proceed.
Item number 4, 24-R-3699, a resolution by Committee on Council to appoint Ms. Malloy Peterson as one of 2 City Council appointees to the Elected Officials Compensation Commission for a term expiring with the next regular municipal general election to be held in November 4th, 2025, and for other purposes. Item number 5, 24-R-3700, a resolution by Committee on Council to appoint Mr. Quentin G. Washington as one of 2 City Council appointees to the Elected Officials Compensation Commission for a term expiring with the next regular municipal general election to be held November 4th, 2025, and for other purposes. And item number 6, 24-R-3759, a resolution by Committee on Council to appoint Mr. Brian Wallace as the mayor's appointee to the Elected Officials Compensation Commission for a term expiring with the next regular municipal general election to be held November 4th, 2025, and for other purposes. These items all are favorable and in committee, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 3 items. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 3 items.
Yes, next year should be 55th, just to sound it. Just Scribner's error, just for you.
Sorry. Council President, we have a Scribner's error. It should be November 5th, 2025, not November 4th,
Thank you. That's noted.
on items 4 through 6.
So, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 3 items with the notation of the Scribner's error.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 3 items carries.
Thank you. Moving on to our regular agenda, Resolution 724-R-3760, an amended resolution by Committee on Council authorizing the reemployment of Wasona Hammonds Griffin as a council legislative assistant for the Atlanta City Council pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, for a period not to exceed 520 business days. Compensation will be charged to and paid from the account listed and for other purposes. This item was favorable as amended out of committee, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a recommendation coming out of committee to adopt as amended 24-R-3760. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. Vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Item number 824-R-3761, a resolution by Committee on Council authorizing an agreement with JA Consulting for organizational culture and leadership development on behalf of the City of Atlanta, on behalf of the Atlanta City Council in an amount not to exceed $30,000.00, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from the accounts numbers listed herein and for other purposes. And this item was favorable out of committee, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a recommendation coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-3761. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, this does conclude our legislative agenda, but I did have an announcement to make.
Please.
Thank you. This is another reminder. I know I've said it twice today, but another reminder that there is a critical need for appointments to Solid Waste Appeals Board. We are shy, I'm sorry, I thought we were shy 1 member. We are actually shy 2 members to have a quorum to begin meeting. And remember that appeals are being filed, and we have to make sure this board is seated. And so I'm going to read off the seats that have vacancies. Council President, a joint appointment between Districts 1 and 2, a joint appointment between Districts 7 and 8, a joint appointment between 11 and 12, and all of the at-large posts have an appointment together. Please make this a priority in the coming weeks so that we can make sure that we reach quorum and can get this board regularly meeting. This does conclude my report, and I thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bakhtiari. Next will be the Zoning Committee report. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy Peachtree Road Race Week, everybody. We have 19 ordinances for second reading and 11 ordinances for first reading. Without objection, we can take items 1 through 7 as a block.
Please proceed.
23-0-1620, it's 1230 and 1234 Beachview Drive Southeast. The ordinance is to zone annex property to R4. 24-0-1079, Z2390 is 1425, 1433, 1439, 1447, 1451, 1461, 1475 Piedmont Avenue Northeast, 244, 250, 268 Westminster Drive Northeast. This ordinance is to rezone from RG3, C1, C2, and I1 to R4. 24-0-1084, Z2403, 885 North Eugenia Place Northwest. This ordinance is to rezone from R4A to MR3. 24-0-1241, Z2418, 628 Hemlock Circle Southeast. This ordinance is to rezone from R4BL to R4ABL. 24-0-1247, Z2424, 666 Smith Street Southwest is to rezone from SPI 18 SA5 to SPI 18 SA10. 24-0-1291, MRPA 2402, 2686 West Main Street Northwest is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to remove a concrete patio and replace it with a composite deck. 24-0-1292, MRPA 2404, 2566 Chattahoochee Circle Northwest. This ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow for construction of a multi-use trail adjacent to Peachtree Creek and installation of a canoe launch with an adjacent pathway. Items 1 through 7 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. These 7 items, it does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 7 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed at 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Without objection, we can take items 8 through 14 as a block.
Please proceed.
240-1056Z2411, the Thomasville Heights neighborhood. The ordinance is to implement certain recommendations of the Thomasville Heights neighborhood plan by rezoning certain properties to MR2C, MR3C, and MR2C. 240-1081, U2341. It's 1425, 1433, 1439, 1447, 1451, 1461, 1475, Piedmont Avenue, 244, 250, and 268 Westminster Drive, Northeast. This ordinance is a special use permit for a garden. 240-1200, U2406, 1140, 1150, 1152, 1160, 1166 Euclid Avenue, and 432 Seminole Avenue Northeast. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a parking lot. 240-1244, Z2421, 3325 Fairburn Road Southwest is to rezone from R4 to PDH. 240-1249, U2909 is 801 Rankin Street Northeast is to ordinances for a special use permit for an outdoor sales area. 240-1250, U2410, 475 West Paces Ferry Road, 495 Paces Ferry Road Northwest rear, 44 and 4496 Northside Parkway rear. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a private school. 240-1253, U2413, 499 Broyle Street Southeast. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a school. Items 8 through 14 were favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt as amended these 7 items. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended these items? Hearing none, move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these items as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt as amended these items carries.
Without objection, we can take items 15 and 16 as a block.
Please proceed.
230-1705, Z2373-750 North Evelyn Place Northwest is to rezone from R4 to R5. 230-1707, Z2375, 0 Bicknell Street Southwest rear, 2178, 2194, 2216, 2228, and 2250 Bicknell Street Southwest is to rezone from R4 to R4A. Items 15 and 16 were favorable as substituted, so the motion is to adopt as substituted.
There's a motion to adopt as substituted. These 2 items coming out of committee does need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted these 2 items? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted these items.
The vote is open. The vote's closed at 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt these 2 items carries.
Item number 17, 240-1216, Z2438. This is a text amendment. The ordinance is to amend the Atlanta zoning ordinance by creating a new chapter 18Z SPI 26 to be entitled the Chastain Park Galloway School SPI. Colleagues, the committee voted to refer item 17 back to ZRB and zoning, but before we do that, I'm going to make a motion to bring forward a substitute that attaches the absent Exhibit B. Second by Councilmember Farokhi.
So motion by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Farokhi to bring forth the substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute?
I'll be abstaining.
Would you, Councilmember Norwood, would just explain your abstention just once? I know you have before, but just for today's record.
The appearance of a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open.
Wait a minute, abstain. I hit the wrong one. I hit the wrong one. Yes, count me as abstaining.
Will everyone please vote?
Could you please reflect Councilman Norwood as an abstention?
Will everyone please vote?
Councilman Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected? Councilman Overstreet's an aye. Councilman Lewis?
That's 12 yeas and 1 abstention.
Sorry, Councilman Lewis, how would you like your vote reflected? Yes. Councilman Lewis is an aye.
13 yeas and 1 abstention.
13 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
All right, with the substitute before us, I will make a motion to refer said substitute to the ZRB and the MPU.
There's a motion to refer as substituted 24-0-1216 to ZRB and MPU. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
By Councilor Westmoreland. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Faroki. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. That's 13 yeas, 1 abstention.
13 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion to refer carries.
Item number 18, 240-1187, Z2433, 1181 Howell Mill Road. The ordinance is to waive certain provisions of Chapter 28A sign ordinance to authorize the erection of a freestanding sign. The committee voted to file item number 18, and so I will make the motion to file.
There's a motion coming out of the committee to file 24-0-1187. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Item number 19, 240-1248, Z2425, 3265 Argonne Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R2 to R3. The committee voted to adverse item 19, and so the motion is to adverse.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adverse 24-0-1248. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adverse this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adverse.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adverse carries.
Next up, we have 11 items for first reads. They can be taken as a block without objection.
Please proceed.
240-1348, Z2442, 883 Dale Drive Southeast is to rezone from R4 to R4A. 240-1349, Z2445, 3181 Stone Road Southwest is to rezone from R4 to PDH. 240-1350, Z2447, 1672 Carroll Drive Northwest to rezone from R4A to R4B. 240-1351, Z2448, 580 Paynes Avenue Northwest is to rezone from SPI 3 SA1 WIZ to SPI 3 SA3 WIZ. 240-1352, Z2449, 596 Payne Avenue Northwest is to rezone from SPI 3 SA1 WIZ to SPI 3 SA3 WIZ. Item number 25, 240-1353, Z2450 is 616 Oliver Street Northwest is to rezone from SPI 3 SA1 WIZ to SPI 3 SA3 WIZ. 240-1354, Z2453, 1388 Northwest Drive Northwest is to rezone from RG3 to MR4A. 240-1355, U2415, 3717, 3727, and 3741 Vermont Road Northeast. It's a special use permit for a garden. 240-1356, U2419, 131 Whiteford Avenue Southeast is a special use permit for an eating and drinking establishment. 240-1357, U2420, 950 West Marietta Street Northwest. This ordinance is for a special use permit for non-residential use of establishment exceeding 7,500 square feet in an area in which alcohol beverages are sold or consumed on the premises. And finally, 240-1358, U2421, 889 Howell Mill Road Northeast, Suite 800. It's a special use permit for non-residential use or establishment exceeding 7,500 square feet in area in which alcoholic beverages are sold and consumed on the premises. I move to refer items 20 through 30 to the ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland to refer these 11 items to ZRB and Zoning Committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these items? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer these items.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes the Zoning Committee's report.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. Finally, today will be the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion that we enter into executive session regarding legislation and settlement 24-R-3748.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Juan to move into executive session. Is there any discussion on the motion to move into executive session? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move into executive session.
That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We will now stand in executive session.
So with this being my new job, I don't have to exercise it.
Wait, we have a motion to executive session. Moved by the
Motion
Honorable.
by, oh yeah, I got it. Motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Doja. Motion to move out of executive committee into regular session. Any discussion on the motion? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to move out of executive committee? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays, motion carries. We're now back into the regular session. We are to the Committee Report of Public Safety. Chair Boone.
Item number 3, 24-R-3723 for property damage alleged to have been sustained as a result of driving over a metal plate in the road on 3/14/2024 at 2715 Lenox Road Northeast, DMW 3786-1.58, number 35545. Item number 7, 24-R-3727. Item 7, page 17, for property damage alleged to have been sustained as a result of a stormwater flooding incident on 9/14/2024 at 620 Fair Street, DMW 1525, number 35544, 24-R-3729. Item number 9, page 17, for property damage alleged to have been sustained as a result of a stormwater flooding incident on 9/14/2024 at 234 Centennial Drive, 1000, number 35562. Motion to refer these items back to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Juan, to refer these 3 items back to the PSLA committee. These are the 3 items that were taken off of the consent agenda earlier. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these 3 items to the committee? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer to the committee these 3 items.
One moment. Council President, if we may do this by roll call, we're having some technical difficulties.
Sure. So the motion is to refer these 3 items to the PSLA committee. Councilor Winston, how do you vote on the motion to refer? Councilor Faroki, Councilor Amos, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Juan, Shook, Norwood, Hillis, Boone made the motion. Overstreet, Bond, Westmoreland.
That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
I think it's 13.
Oh, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to refer carries.
We are waiting on the verbiage for item 24-R-3748. Item 24-R-3748, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against the defendants in the case of Tiffany Pilgrim and Messiah Young versus City of Atlanta, Georgia, ETAL Civil Action File Number 121CV02472, pending in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia in the amount of $2,000,000. The settlement amount authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from 1001 General Fund Center Number 200-101 Non-Departmental Account 521-2005 Litigation Expenses and Functional Activity Number 151-2000 Accounting and for other purposes. This legislation and settlement was forwarded with no recommendation.
So since it's come forward with no recommendation, procedurally, I'd like to ask for a motion to adopt, and then we can deal with any amendments or substitutes that we would like. Councilmember Faroki's moved to adopt. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. So there is a motion to adopt 24-R-3748 on the table. I believe there was an appetite to bring forward a substitute on that. I believe that proposed substitute is in everyone's email. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to substitute, and then there's a motion to substitute by Councilmember Bond. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Winston. So there's a motion on the floor to substitute 24-R-3748 as has been outlined, or you have a copy of it in your emails. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Councilmember Overstreet.
Can we articulate the difference between the original and the substitute?
I would like to call on the Law Department. Ms. Robinson, if you could outline the red line changes.
Yes, good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. The substitute adds 2 whereas clauses and amends a 3rd whereas clause. Following the original 2nd whereas clause, there would be the addition of 2 new whereas clauses. The first new whereas clause would read as follows. Whereas the individual defendant police officers who were originally the subject of disciplinary action related to this matter in 2020 were returned to their positions and their discipline was overturned by the City of Atlanta Civil Service Board. And the second additional whereas clause would read, whereas additionally, a prosecuting attorney determined that this incident should not result in criminal charges against the individual defendant police officers as a result of this matter. And then the whereas clause, which currently reads, whereas the city attorney considers it to be in the best interest of the city to settle all claims against the defendants, there would be an additional statement following that language stating where any such settlement would not be considered an admission of liability. And those are all of the changes in the substitute.
Any other discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
You and I, Councilman. 14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. We will now back to the main motion, which is to adopt 24-R-3748 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 24-R-3748 as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. That concludes the reports of the standing committees. We have one item for immediate consideration. Just before we do that, I would, the clerk and team have asked that instead of having my fun as usual that I jump around, that I actually follow the list that they have printed, because that order will allow them to more easily process the papers more quickly. So it makes it easier on our team to get things through. So they may print up the list differently from week to week, but I will be following the list. So I am as disappointed as you are in the inability to call out birthdays and such. But with that, today we have one immediate consideration. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 35693, a resolution by council members Andrea Boone, Byron Amos, Antonio Lewis, Amir Faroki, Marcy Carrier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, requesting the mayor or his designee to temporarily extend the hours of operation to include free Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the City of Atlanta indoor pools, C.T. Martin Natatorium, M.L. King Jr. Aquatic Center, Washington Park Natatorium, and Roselle Fan Natatorium to provide additional relief from the heat wave for the period of July 1st through October 1st, 2024, to offer relief from the extreme heat and for other purposes. Whereas Atlanta is experiencing dangerous heat conditions forecast to impact the state of Georgia throughout the entire summer, and whereas residents are urged to take precautions against the heat and prepare for heat index values of more than 100 degrees across the state, and whereas extreme heat is posing a significant health risk for Atlantans, especially for vulnerable population like children and seniors, and whereas natatorium swimming pools are normally closed on holidays and weekends, and whereas in an effort to provide respite from the hot weather and offer more opportunities for residents to cool off, operation hours and days should be extended to include Saturdays at the 4 indoor pools for free. Now therefore be it resolved by the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the mayor or his designee is requested to open City of Atlanta indoor pools, C.T. Martin, M.L. King Aquatic Center, Washington Park, and Roselle Fan to temporarily extend hours for free on Saturdays from 11 to 3 for the period of July 1st to October 1st, 2024. Be it further resolved that the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation shall identify the necessary resources to staff the indoor pools on weekends and Saturdays from starting July 6, 2024. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby repealed for purposes of this resolution only and only to the extent of this conflict. Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Councilman Boone to adopt Elms ID 35693. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Overstreet. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt Elms 35693.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. We'll now move to items for referral.
Yes, we would like to send that post haste to the mayor's office.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Amos to move this item post haste to the mayor's office. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent to move this item post haste.
$14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. We will now move to items for referral. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Items number 35660, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, an ordinance to amend the 1982 City of Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended Part 16 of the Land Development Code so as to create Chapter 45, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive overlay and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35660 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB committees.
Elms ID number 35679, a resolution by council members Andrea L. Boone, Dustin Hillis, and Michael Julian Bond, a resolution to establish a crime scene cleanup program in the city of Atlanta and vendor pool of professional licensed and registered trauma scene waste management and cleanup services and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35679 will be referred to the PSLA committee.
Elms ID number 35669, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department a donation from the Atlanta Police Foundation of two 2024 Ford F-450 Super Duty cutaways valued at approximately $268,800.00 to be accepted in as a donation as of June 17, 2024 for use as transportation of employees during special events throughout the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35669 will be referred to the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Elms ID number 35654, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone authorizing the city of Atlanta to donate an amount not to exceed $48,000.00 to 21st Century Leaders, Inc., pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to provide micro grants to young people ages 14 to 24 years to design, produce, and implement climate solutions in the City of Atlanta, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35654 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID number 35651, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a contract with the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority as consideration for the authorities agreeing to, one, authorize the execution, delivery, and performance of an intergovernmental contract in respect of certain city-owned park improvements, two, request the issuance by the authority in its revenue and refunding bonds, Park Improvement Project, Series 2024, to refund all or a portion of certain of its outstanding City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority Park Improvement Revenue Bonds, Series 2014A, and which financed and refinanced other recreational projects within the City of Atlanta, and to provide for the acquisition, construction, and reconstruction and equipping of certain recreational projects owned and operated by the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35651 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next up will be Councilmember Amos.
Yes, Mr. Council President, we have items number ID 35650. Ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, Series 2024 AB Supplemental Pricing Ordinance. An ordinance supplementing that certain third-party supplemental bonds, Ordinance 24-0-1228, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on May 20th, 2024, and approved by the mayor on May 21st, 2024. Two, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta. One, Airport General Revenue Bond, Series 2024A, non-amount, the Series 2024A bonds, and two, Airport General Revenue Bond, Series 2024 AMT, the Series 2024 bonds. Three, Airport General Revenue Bond, Series 2024A non-AMT green bonds, and the Series 2024A bond, green bonds. And four, Airport General Revenue Bond, Series 2024B AMT green bonds, the Series 2024B green bonds, together with the Series 2024A bonds, the Series 2024B bonds, and the Series 2024A green bonds, and the Series 2024AB bonds, within certain parameters previously established by the city, including the original aggregated principal amount, interest rates, maturity amount, maturity dates, redemption provisions, and debt services reserve requirements with respect thereto, affirm satisfaction of the additional bonds test with respect to the Series 2024 A/B bonds, ratify certain prior actions of the City Council and certain officers and agents of the city with respect to the insurance and sales of the Series 2024 A/B bonds, ratify and approve the execution and delivery of a bond purchase agreement, ratify and approve the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and the execution and delivery of a fiscal agent statement in connection with the officer and sales of the Series 2024 A/B bonds, authorizing the chief financial officer to create the Series 2024 A non-AMT Airport General Revenue Bond Fund 5547, Series 2024 A non-AMT Green Bonds, Airport General Fund Bonds 5547, and Series 2024 B AMT Airport General Revenue Bond Funds 5547, and a Series 2024 B AMT Green Bonds, Airport General Revenue Bond Funds 5547, to amend the FY25 budget by adding to anticipation and appropriation bond proceeds and aggregate principal not to exceed $600 million and 0 cents for the Series 2024 A/B bonds, provide an effective date and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 35650 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
An ordinance, Elms number 35712, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Chapter 146, Taxation of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance, so as to create Article 5 to be titled Blighted Tax, to impose a tax increase on blighted owners and neglected properties contributing to blight and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35712 will be referred jointly to the PSLA and FEC committees. Thank you. Councilor Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. My first item is Elms ID 35690, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to amend Resolution 24-R-3625, adopted by the City Council on June 3rd, 2024, and approved by operation of law on June 12th, 2024, authorizing the contribution of a total amount not to exceed $40,000 and 0 cents to the Historic Oakland Foundation to support its Living History Capital Campaign, funding green space reservation, as well as street, sidewalk, and trail improvements in and around the Historic Oakland Cemetery and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35690 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID number 35691, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Westmoreland, Juan, Winston, Dozier, Lewis, Faroki, Shook, Amos, Norwood, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, and Bond, urging the City of Atlanta and the Atlanta Continuum of Care to undertake a summer point in time count, to undertake a summer housing inventory count, and to allocate the necessary funding to the Atlanta Continuum of Care to undertake such efforts and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35691 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 35653, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance to waive Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2-910, grant applications as to ratify the City of Atlanta's submission of an application on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness to apply for and accept an award for a fiscal year 2023 Emergency Operations Center Program grant from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Federal Emergency Management Agency, known as FEMA, in the amount not to exceed $288,000 and 0 cents to be utilized for the City of Atlanta's Emergency Operations Center to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute any necessary agreements to accept the award, of which requires matching funds in the amount not to exceed $82,667.00 to amend the fiscal year 2023 intergovernmental budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in an amount not to exceed $240,000.00. All funds to be charged to and paid from the account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Item's ID 35653 will be referred to the FEC committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. I have one item today. It's ELMS number 35692, an ordinance by council members Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcia Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, Michael Julian Bond, and Matt Westmoreland to authorize the chief financial officer to transfer up to $1,800,000.00 to the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta in order to fund the Atlanta Legacy Business Program pursuant to that intergovernmental agreement for economic development services between the City of Atlanta and Invest Atlanta for the public purpose of supporting businesses that have been operating for 30 years or more and have contributed to the history, culture, and identity of the city. To authorize the chief financial officer to make any budget amendments, operating transfers, or other actions necessary to enable the transfer of said funds to Invest Atlanta and for other purposes.
Item's ID 35692 will be referred to the FEC committee.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID 35694, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount of $30,000.00 from the District 12 Carry Forward account to support ongoing efforts to reducing gang violence and the promotion of community safety pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Item's ID 35694 will be referred to the FEC committee. Councilmember Overstreet.
ELMS ID number 35695, an ordinance by council members Marcy Collier Overstreet and Andrea Boone to authorize the chief financial officer to transfer up to X $million.00 to the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta in order to fund the Neighborhood Small Business Impact Recovery Fund pursuant to that intergovernmental agreement for the economic development services between the City of Atlanta and Invest Atlanta for the public purpose of supporting small businesses, to authorize the chief financial officer to make any budget amendments, operating transfers, and other actions necessary to enable the transfer of said funds to Invest Atlanta and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 35695 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
ELMS ID number 35641, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to waive the competitive source selection requirements contained in Article 10 of the Procurement Code to allow the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs to enter into agreements with specifically curated performers, artists, and sponsors for the 2024 Elevate Public Art Festival in Atlanta, and directing that all festival revenues and expenses be deposited and expended from the accounts listed below and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 35641 will be referred to the FEC committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. ELMS 35645, resolution by Shook and Wan authorizing the mayor on behalf of the city to update the eligibility for retiree insurance benefits effective Jan 1 of 25 and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 35645 will be referred to the FEC committee.
ELMS 35652 is a resolution by Shook, authorizing the execution of a lease agreement with blank for the acquisition of software for a business license, permits, and cashiering system on behalf of DOF in a principal amount not to exceed $12,526,000. All lease payments will be charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 35652 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 35708, resolution by Shook authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of blank. All funds to be charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 35708 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 35709, resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner of Watershed to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts incurred due to burst water sewer lines in the amount of blank.
Elms ID 35709 will be referred to the FEC.
That is all.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 35696, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to amend Chapter 10, Alcoholic Beverages of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35696 will be referred to the PSLA committee. Thank you. Councilor Winston.
Thank you, Council President. First is Elms ID 35642, an ordinance by Winston to amend Part 1, Chapter and Related Laws, Part B, Related Laws, Chapter 6, Pensions, Section 2, Retirement Benefits in order to enhance retirement plan applicable to employees hired on or after September the 1st, 2011, in positions at grade 18 or below and sworn members of the Atlanta Police Department and Atlanta Fire Rescue Department and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35642 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID 35643, an ordinance by Winston to amend Part 1, Chapter Related Laws, Part B Related, Chapter 6, Pensions and the Atlanta City Code relating to actuarially determined contributions to commence the amendments relating to actuarially determined contributions retroactively on July the 1st, 2023, and to amend the requirement for actuarial investigations from every 3 years to every 5 years and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35643 be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID 35649, a resolution by Winston encouraging the City of Atlanta Defined Benefits Pension Plan Investment Board to invest in venture capital funds and venture capital investments as authorized by state law and adopted policies and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35649 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID 35657, an ordinance by Winston waiving Chapter 2, Article 10, Division 14, Sections of the number listed of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the city to acquire from the Conservation Fund approximately 5.34 acres of real property, including the following adjacent Fulton County tax parcels listed collectively, the property for development of a new park for the City of Atlanta known as Red's Farm Preserve in the Armwood neighborhood of Southeast Atlanta, and authorizing the Chief Procurement Officer or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute all documents necessary to acquire the property, authorizing acquisition, due diligence, closing costs, signage, site stabilization, fencing, and other site development costs to be paid from the Park Impact Fee South account in an amount not to exceed $2,700,000 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35657 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 35658, an ordinance by Winston to rename Urban Farm Armwood to Red's Farm Preserve, to waive certain provisions of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances relating to the dedication of public spaces within the City of Atlanta, which are not applicable to where a dedication is initiated by the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35658 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy new fiscal year, everybody. 35702, ordinance by Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $15,000 to Raising Expectations pursuant to the Section 306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35702 will be referred to the FEC committee.
35698, Westmoreland, donation in an amount not to exceed $10,000 to the Atlanta Volunteer Lawyers Foundation and for other purposes.
Homicide ID 35698 will be referred to the FEC Committee.
35699 Westmoreland, $2,500 from the Post to at Large Carry Forward account to the Upper West Side Improvement District to support West Side Stride and for other purposes.
Homicide ID 35699 will be referred to the FEC.
35704 Westmoreland, an amount not to exceed $1,000 from the Post to at Large Carry Forward account to Trinity Community Ministries and for other purposes.
Homicide ID 35704 will be referred to the FEC.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is all the papers for referral today. We will now move to general remarks. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I would like to wish our colleague, District 4 Councilmember Jason Dozier, a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, and we do have cupcakes for everyone in the suite. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you. I want to wish everybody happy July 4th, but especially my father because it's his birthday on Thursday. So happy birthday, America, and happy birthday, Dad.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Sorry. Almost. I'm going to pull something up so I won't get it wrong. Just want to wish Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated a happy 71st Boule. The title of it is Soaring Together, and we will commence our plenaries in Dallas, Texas on Saturday, July 5th through Thursday, July 11th. I'm looking forward to at least getting a day or two to celebrate and learn with my sorors. I also want to say thank you to AT&T for their community work that they did in District 11 at the At Promise Center this week. We gave out over 200 computers, full-blown computers and backpacks stuffed for back to school. And I want to specifically thank Mary Elizabeth Robertson, who is the Director of Public Affairs with AT&T, and also Michael, who is, who is the Director of External Affairs. They were instrumental in making sure that our children are ready for school that's coming up. I know they just got out, but they're getting them ready for August. So I want to thank again AT&T for bringing Chick-fil-A there to feed everyone and those laptops and stuffed backpacks to make sure that our communities are ready for school with 200 laptops.
Thank you. Councilor Bakhtiari.
Let's try that again. I wanted to also wish Councilmember Dozier a happy birthday, as well as Miss Melinda McNeil, whose birthday was on Friday, who does all the work for council and is our receptionist at the council offices. But also, this one's a bit more untraditional. I just want to encourage anybody who's listening and to our constituency to keep reminding you all to please be paying attention to the Supreme Court rulings that are coming down. They're extremely impactful on our day-to-day lives. And I just want to use this platform to continue to let people know that they should really be paying attention to the rulings that have been issued this week, because they carry a lot of weight, and an educated constituency is a safe constituency. So please take time to give those a read. And if you have questions, just reach out to your local elected and get those answered. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe you had an announcement you wanted to make.
Yes, good afternoon, Council President. I just want to remind all council members that today is the deadline to file your personal financial disclosure statement. If you have not done so, it's due today, and there was no grace period for that. So if you do not file that, your 2023 financial report by midnight tonight, you will receive a penalty. We don't want that to happen, so please submit it. I believe most of you have submitted that report. So those of you remaining, please let us know if you have any issues. Either Evelyn or myself will be able to assist you. Additionally, the CCDRs were due on June 30th. You do have a grace period for those. The deadline to file the campaign disclosure forms are July 9th. So again, if you would get your forms in, we don't want anyone to receive a penalty on our watch. If you have questions, please reach out to my office. Thank you.
Thank you. Two quick things. I just want to thank in advance all of the APD folks AFRD folks and Department of Public Works folks that will be out on July 4th, up and down Peachtree Street, making sure that 50,000 runners and 150,000 spectators are all safe and that everything gets cleaned up. And also just want to remind everybody, we do have committee meetings next week, but then the council will be on recess until August 5th. So our next meeting will not be until August 5th due to summer recess. And with that, Madam Clerk, please sound the closing roll.
We have Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large, Councilmember Jason Winston, District 1, Councilmember Maria Faroki, District 2, Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4, Councilmember Lena Bakhtiari, District 5, Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6, Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7, Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10, Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
you.